Hello everyone, I'm Bishi, and tonight we are playing more Apollo Justice's Attorney Trilogy! We are still in the first game, but we are in the final case. We are in day one of the trial still, in the final case. But we're gonna make some more progress today, see how far we get. I don't have much to talk about before we hop into the game, other than, I got a game today. I bought a game today because it was on sale. I finally was able to buy We Love Katamari Reroll. So yeah, we are in Turnabout Succession, and day one, the trial resumes. So we're like partway through day one of the trial. Something like that. I know I love Katamari. I loved Katamari before I even ever got to play it, and now that I actually have played a couple of the games, I love it even more. Alright, October 8, 1:24 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. We're in it. Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Oh, yes. Okay, hold on. Let's review last week. Let's review last week first before I just hop into this. Oh my god. We had some stuff revealed last time that I was not expecting. Welcome in, Amelia. Howdy. A tiny rainbow cowboy hat. Oh, festive. We need more rainbow energy in the stream today. Thank you for providing that. Welcome in. I hope y'all are having a good Thursday. Since I won't be here tomorrow, if you have any fun weekend plans, as always, let me know about them. My weekend is probably just going to be spent relaxing, maybe playing some video games, either Zelda or Moonglow Bay. I have been playing that off stream. It's very fun. I love catching all the fish. But yeah, we've had a very, very busy couple weeks and weekends the last few weeks, and we just need to relax a little bit, I think. So we're going to stay home and just kind of chill. So no big plans this time. Is that the one with the 2-player? I can't remember. Ooh, I don't remember either. The We Love Katamari? It might be 2-player. That might be the game we get to do the double PNG tubers. I just have to figure out how to do it. But that might be kind of fun, Ruuuvo, if I can figure that out. Maybe we can do that. I would love to do 2-player Katamari with you on stream. For Moonglow, I gotta dig to the town restoring stuff. Yeah, I have to figure out how to continue it. I think I just have to look it up because I can't find the next thing I need to get to, which I think is like the library or something. But I'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm really liking the game. Legitimately, I'm playing it off stream, and we play it on the TV too, so everyone gets to watch. But yeah, anyway, we're probably gonna have some more fun with that. Let's get to some music at least. Let's see. Wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically? Okay, never mind. Let me read the dialogue until we get some music, and then we'll summarize this right here. I hate when it's just silence. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually... Here we go. Just a couple more dialogues. Is actually the daughter, yes. Okay, so let's catch up with these notes I have. Let's see. So 7 years ago, well, I have a lot written down. 7 years ago, Trucy's dad died. Phoenix went up against Clavier in a case and lost his license. Misham forged evidence 7 years ago. It's probably tied to that. Misham was poisoned before the coffee transferred, and then he transferred the poison onto the mug. 15 minutes before Misham was at the desk messing with the letter, which was where the frame with the poison was. Might have resealed the letter by licking it. Yep, blah, blah, blah. Misham receives red letter 7 years ago after forging something, gets paid $100,000. The letter tells him to send a receipt and sign papers with a yellow envelope and the stamp within 3 days. Stamp his poison, and he licks and dies. It dies 7 years later. He mailed the letter, so the evidence is gone. But the real forger was Vera, the daughter, because she didn't fall for the trap 7 years ago with the stamp with the poison. But her dad did fall for it 7 years later. Okay. So convoluted. There's a much simpler way to explain this, but this is like my fragmented thoughts as I'm like typing them as I'm playing through the game and just taking notes. And so it's just very disjointed. There's a very, succinct way to just explain what's going on in the case, and it's not this, but I basically remember what's going on, so it's fine. Hey, Alfred, hey, Zoe, welcome in, y'all. Happy Thursday. I thought you were wearing one of the little rainbow caps with the propeller. I wish I had one. I wish I had a little mini one. That'd be great. I only have mini cowboy hats. And then I have a mini sombrero too. But it's for a dog, basically. It's for Poppy, but I have it here in my room just in case. Here comes justice. You thought the same thing? Well, now I have to get a little propeller hat. Maybe I can find one and put it on throne. Oh my god. That's the sound it makes. Every time the propeller goes, it'll make that sound. Alright, so the real forger was Vera all along. Doing her nails. So, you really made those forgeries?
Yes, her father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, Father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything.
Anything?
Father was so proud and I so happy.
So she probably forged the evidence too. If she was the real forger. Which, it's kind of obvious, right? But let me just write it down for myself. Can she forge me? Kid you? Oh my god. Oh.
But, in the end, I was making those
Forgeries.
I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago.
So you were already you were already creating your works back then?
I started when I was only 12 years old.
Yep. The one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time! To the courtroom, please. Right. Out of time.
Wait, Vera! Just one more thing, please! Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings.
Yeah. How is that relevant here? Like, what is she... Why did she do that? Why did she do the thing?
I see. Mr. Justice.
Yes?
Father, he knew of you. Of both of you.
Your late father?
He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham?
How am I supposed to know?
What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. Oh, what a line. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. Can we have that as a quote, please? Yeah, that's a quote right there, please. Somebody, anybody. Me whenever Yakuza, yeah. Whenever I hear someone say can make anything followed by anything, it reminds me of the Cat in the Hat movie. Oh my god. I haven't seen that in so long. I love how in the sketch Clavier is just like fully on fire. His whole body. Yeah, yeah. Just an artistic representation, you know? Okay, while someone's quoting that, it is a long quote. Let me write down some notes. So, So Misham was happy to hear that Right Co was back into law. The undersketches and the paintings relevant because Misham kept up with Right & Co. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. There's that quote. 686. All right. All these daddies running around. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. October 8, 1:36 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head.
I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy.
What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Oh. Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one?
Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet, she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her.
I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I?
Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah?
Yes. It was in the desk drawer.
Very well. You may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. All right. Witness testimony.
I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting.
Okay. So that was probably the evidence, yeah?
Father handled the deal, all of it.
The stamp.
I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
Okay. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well. Please begin the cross-examination. Right. Okay. Need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. Okay. Alright. I created things and Father sold them. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right?
The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12.
Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Yeah, she was a kid. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. True that! Please, tell us more about the envelope. That may very well have killed your father.
Alright. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting.
By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point?
Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings.
For instance?
For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter.
Does she have a stand? Like, how is she able to forge all of this random stuff? She's a JoJo character and she has a stamp. That's the only way. She forged a fingerprint? Oh my god. Yeah, signature on a document, a seal on a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. Beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham. A new industry? The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings, yep. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Her sketchbook is the stand, yeah. Father handled the deal, all of it. So, you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope?
Father signed them and sent them back, I believe.
Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. What do you mean you received it? By the way, I love her hair. I just have to say that. Her hair is so cute.
Did I do something wrong?
You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atroquinine. A moment, Herr Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Something wrong?
It was beautiful.
Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
Is that the only reason she didn't use it? Yes, I think it was.
So you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. Interesting! So, welcome in, Fox. Howdy. Vera didn't use the stamp because it was pretty. Not because it was poison. She didn't know. Well, you know, that does make more sense because, yeah, she put it in a frame. That makes more sense if it was like, oh, she just thought it was really pretty, like a little piece of art, so she put it in a little tiny frame. That's actually very cute. Man, so I guess she must have framed it not even knowing it was poison. And then, for some reason, they never used it over the course of 7 years, I guess, unless she's lying. And then it just so happens 7 years later, her poor dad uses it without knowing that it has poison on it. Man. Okay. I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call.
It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is?
Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books.
This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I would think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large.
When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work.
So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work, and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it?
It was very pretty, and more than that.
Yes?
It was a picture of people I liked at the time.
Oh, this is something new. Was that necessary? Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. No. Okay. So this is new. This is a new dialogue. Okay. Next time the murderer should pick a totally ugly stamp. Yeah. Well, maybe the idea was like, oh, the stamp is so pretty that they'll want to use it. But these are people who value something pretty and don't want to use it. I do get that, though. It's almost like when you have a lot of cute stickers and you don't want to use them because what if you put them on something and then you have to throw that something away and then you lose the sticker and then you never want to use the sticker, so then you just have a bunch of stickers that you're not using. I get it. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Oh. Everything's tied together, isn't it? And a neat little bow. Magicians. Magicians, you say?
I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat.
You're confusing mysterious with freaky.
Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't magic great?
Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited.
But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after.
Because one of them died.
I was quite sad.
Does he just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Now where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she'd completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made.
Follow.
We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon and a red envelope. And the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. Okay? So we gotta sit through this every time. See the stamp. Move to the current studio. It's probably gonna be the last dialogue I respond. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. Well, I guess we have to present something. Let me say real quick. I'm seeing the pieces start to kind of fall into place. I don't really know what the contradiction is, but basically we have to tie the stamp to the potential, the client, the person who sent the stamp. I mean, it was probably... oh man. It was the Magicians or it was Phoenix, but I'm not really sure. We'll have to figure that out. I literally have a box full of stickers for that purpose. I commissioned a friend of mine to draw my BG3 character, my OC, with Karlak, and they made stickers of them for me. Oh, that's so cute! What I've started doing, at one point I was putting all of my stickers into like a dedicated notebook that was just for stickers. But then like I would have to go and open the notebook to see them. So now I just kind of like decorate my stream room with the stickers, and I actually don't peel off the back. I just put like tape on the back and I put them on the wall like a print. So I have a bunch of stickers on my little, not my desk, but my console stand on the wall and stuff. Because I can't undo the sticky back. I have to just leave it. Which is like the whole point of a sticker, but you know. Okay, should I present this? Just to make the connections? I mean, this one's about Valiant Gramarye. And then I know this envelope is going to be relevant at some point. I mean, who else would have the stamp of the Magicians, right? Okay, let me show the ticket, I guess. Objection! Yeah. Those Magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? Oh, it definitely was this, yes.
Apollo, they're not a bunch.
I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question.
Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Gramarye.
But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Oh? Prosecutor Gavin? Graham. He said Graham! That's my nickname for Grammary! He said it! Grammary. What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No. Answer the question. Now! Ah! Don't yell at her! Prosecutor Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me. You scared her.
It was a book. A single page. In a book.
A book? Please, be more specific.
It was a handwritten book, like a diary.
Oh? No! I don't... No! I love the judge's surprised face.
What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost.
Miss Misham, this book... Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no?
How did you know?
Okay, so 7 years ago, Vera forged a page from a diary with a magician hat on the back. Traumatic guitar sound. The guitar is in pain. Sticking a sticker is a commitment, it really is. They should make non-sticky stickers. Also paid them to draw my second OC with Shadowheart. I didn't make her in BG3, but I feel like she would romance Shadowheart. So also making them into stickers. I'm gonna send my extras to a few friends. Oh, that's very cute.
How did you know?
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor. Nothing? Sullied who? Oh, he's talking to me. Phoenix Wright. Who else?
Daddy?
He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? I feel like Phoenix should have told us about this. But maybe that's what the letter is for. Phoenix Wright, tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it?
We only met once.
You met the client? Well, who was it?
It was...
Nobody kill her right now! Nobody kill her before she tells us the answer! They don't do that in this game. That's a Yakuza trope, but... It was... Now we'll never know! Oh. Girl.
What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again.
Yes, what? Is there something about me? Oh, it wasn't him. It was someone who looked like him. His frickin' brother. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, what was his name? Was his last name also Gavin? The other Gavin. Oh, Christoph, okay. Christoph Gavin, alright. I mean, I feel like it's been dropping hints that Christoph was the reason why Apollo lost his license, right? We just don't know how. I mean, has it hinted? I think so. Like, that's not super surprising to me, because I was like, oh, yeah, he's bad. I mean, he's in jail right now, you know? Okay, so Christoph Gavin was the one who commissioned the forged evidence that led to Phoenix losing his license. Dang. So this case is going to be all about proving Phoenix innocent, isn't it? Of course. He's orchestrated all of this. 7 years later. Good lord.
I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary.
Who was it? Ugh. Choke? Vera! No. No, she just fainted, right?
The devil.
The devil? The evil twin. Defendant Vera Misham. Condition unconscious. Okay, so I guess she fainted. Examiner's diagnosis, acute atroquina poisoning! They actually killed her before she could tell us! Oh my god! This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. No! You're kidding! I was joking! I was joking when I said don't kill her before she tells us. Are you kidding? Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. Oh, okay, she's not dead. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Oh, damn. Phoenix! In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. He looks different, and that is where we must go. Oh, baby! Find the whole truth. We're starting a new case right now? Oh my god, to be continued. That was a very short segment. It was only like 30 minutes. Are we gonna be Phoenix again? Are you ready? I'm ready! I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh my god. I'm very excited for this. It was the devil from the Bible. No, it was the devil from the hit TV show Supernatural. No, it was the devil from Cow and Chicken. Ew! Continue, yes. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time, and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Oh? Well. It seems I've found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes. Over a game of cards. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Phoenix is narrating! 7 years earlier, Phoenix writes final trial. I didn't know we were gonna get to do this! April 19, 9:27 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Do things look different? I think it actually looks different because it's supposed to be 7 years ago. Oh my god! It's Phoenix! And then it's the old music too! Right? Oh, that's so cool. Was him from Powerpuff Girls also a devil? Yeah. There was a lot of devils in cartoons back then. I don't know why. Oh. Oh, this is really cool. Phew. Okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Now, the only thing about this is I don't feel like I can do the Daddy Phoenix voice anymore because this is 7 years ago before he was like, gruff-looking daddy character. So, back to younger Phoenix. Gotta try and relax. This guy. It looks like he actually drew on his facial hair. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. A baby! Oh, she's in a little pink outfit!
Oh, morning, Daddy!
Ah, so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I am fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks! My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh, old boy.
Huh? Me? Look what he started.
Here.
It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifi... Grammary. What's this? Is this the forged page?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? It's like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Weird. So, Evil Gavin must have forged this page ahead of time and then gave it to Baby just now. So she would innocently toddle over and give it to us, or give it to Phoenix, which then later gets him in trouble and gets his license revoked. So weird. Okay. Let's look at that. Well, let's look at all the evidence. We've got some other stuff here, too. A very important badge, proving my identity. Body found in hospital room, shot in the head. Ooh! Even the clown is shot? My god. There's a gun there. There's an IV that's not in his arm anymore. There's a needle. Okay, interesting. Magnifi's autopsy report. Cause of death, single gunshot to the head. Estimated time of death, 11 to 11:30 p.m. What'd the clown do? The clown! The real victim. Magnifi Grammary, age 67. Loss of blood from bullet wound. Malignant tumor found in victim's liver. Okay. And then, of course, we have this now. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. A switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. Ha 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 ha! I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shadi Enigmar. Shady? Shady? Enigma? Known to the world as Zach Gramarye. Yep, that's her daddy! That's Zach. Hey, Panda, welcome in. How is acing the Apollo going? Very, very well. We are now acing Phoenix, yes. We're actually doing a flashback case in the middle of the last case of that game. And now we're playing as Phoenix again, which is very fun so far. We're gonna figure out how he lost his, attorney license. Wanted to pop in to say have a great stream. I appreciate that, Panda. No worries. Thank you. I hope you have a good evening, a good Thursday. The clown was clowning around too much. Alright, you know the world is Zach Gramarye, a wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifi Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect. April 19, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. Oh, we're Phoenix again! Wow. This is so cool. Alright. Let me make some notes here. We're now in the flashback case. So... Zach was the, not the victim, the suspect. Suspect in the murder of his mentor, Magnifi. I feel like we're gonna go through the flashback case and then we're gonna jump back to the future and have to use the information we got from this one to solve everything in the future. So I feel like I need to take good notes from this. I don't know, that's my instinct, so I'm gonna try to do that. Okay, I'm kind of taking some notes on the evidence I have so far too. Yeah, someone gave Trucy the page. I know that's probably the page. Okay. This case stresses Phoenix out so much he eats the cookie badge, and they don't let him have a new one, effectively disbarring him. He just absent-mindedly eats it and doesn't think about it, and then loses his job. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Oh my god. Look at his outfit. Is the prosecution ready?
I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really.
Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime?
One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms? The pounding hearts? A Gaviner's concert's got 10 times the thrill this gig's got.
Ooh, where are you again? Did they just let anybody in here?
Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah?
Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavin's...
Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town.
Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy.
I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy.
Who are you, Joseph Joestar?
True. My debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah?
Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way.
I'm just getting warmed up, Herr Attorney Wright.
Apparently that's what he sounds like. I don't know how to do that. Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case.
A-chung, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe! Hit it!
Detective Gumshoe! Oh! It's been so long! Gumshoe! I didn't know how much I would miss him.
And you are?
Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir.
Aw.
Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct.
Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see.
Hey, you!
Huh? Me?
Today's the day, pal. Today, I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see?
What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony?
Herr Detective, this is my stage. Can the antics.
Huh?
All this hey youing and such. And I could care less about your history together.
Don't shoot him down like that, man.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand.
Alright. Only time we see him. Gumshoe! Gumshoe jinxed the case.
It happened 6 days back, in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed.
Oh yeah, you can see the page of the journal ripped out right there.
The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifi Gramarye, was a famous man.
Oh my god.
He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
Ah, yes. The great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifi to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Gramarye has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifi's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A mal ignorant tutor or something?
Oh, Gumshoe.
Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps.
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
Magnifi's art chart added to the court record. Diagnosed with a malignant tumor given 3 months. Wow.
Facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him?
I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Alright, that's another important thing to do. So, victim was given 3 months to live. Why shoot him?
Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes.
Diabetes?
In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, a syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
Small syringe added to court record, used for administering insulin shots, has been washed and shows no sign of use.
Leave the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, Detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Alright. A Gumshoe testimony. The old music.
Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him, shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question.
Oh. Huh. To my beloved student Zach. I'm so glad I got to read that. Yeah. I need more than 2 seconds, game! Okay? To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th at 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot 1 shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Huh. Interesting. And then we have this. Okay. I know, I missed Gumshoe! Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir.
One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? That's true.
The devil is in the details. The devil, huh? Hair attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night, for a half hour, starting at 11. The victim, Magnifi Grammary, was given an IV.
An IV?
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed.
At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV, sorry.
The IV!
30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail.
So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Okay. His daily dose of television!
Very well. Shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What is this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Right? So, letter asked to be killed. I can't get over hearing the old music. 11:05. Okay. The victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it.
Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded.
It could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change.
Thanks, pal.
Fine. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. And this letter was sent by the victim?
There it is. Gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal.
Huh?
I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's. No mistake.
Ah, I see.
Ha 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 ha! Score 1 for the boys.
I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. Why am I so annoyed?
But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor.
So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead.
Yeah, Gumshoe. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the head. How can you be so sure?
Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking!
You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective.
First, we got this letter. It says, shoot, in the forehead, loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal.
You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, Detective.
We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright?
As far as I can tell from looking at this photo,
There seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
The photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead? I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar... I have no clue. Didn't pull the trigger, shot something else. I mean, he did shoot something else. We'll save just in case. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes.
Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead.
Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
What? And you can prove that with this photo?
I can prove he had a choice, yes.
The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? The clown!
Also, look how clean this is, and then look how, like, broken up this is. I don't know. This seems a little weird. It's a little weird. Maybe he confused the clown for his mentor. They do look pretty similar. The hats are matching a bit.
The clown doll?
Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead, too.
Ah, there's a hole in its forehead.
Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
And I suppose you have a reason as to why he would shoot the clown doll?
He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead.
His forehead?
Ah! Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. How many times am I gonna say forehead? Fly directly to the forehead.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I admit, I'm impressed. But I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life.
The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. Might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. Not say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall.
How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get.
Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony.
So, what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim?
Hey, not a bad summary, pal.
More of a confirmation than a summary.
That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself.
Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me?
Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony?
I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. His testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. Yeah, you will shoot one shot, and there's two shots. I mean, my initial thinking was that the bullet went through his head and into the clown. But I guess not? I don't think I reacted to all of this. Oh my goodness. Welcome in! Howdy, Stump Gamers! How was the gaming? What did y'all stream tonight? What were y'all playing? Welcome in, Stump Gamers and Stump Gamer Enjoyers. Welcome in, Lyrics and Benny and Voided and Fairy. Welcome, welcome. Hope y'all had a great stream, a great time with Stump. Who was streaming? What were they streaming? What were they playing? Let's do a little shout out. Oh, Anna was opening the Pokemon card packs. Yes. Pokemon card opening. Nice, nice. Yeah, I saw that Anna has gotten really, really into that. Anna and Jazz. Let's do a proper shout out, shall we? Take a sip. I can do that. You got a good shout out going. There we go. Yes. Pokemon trading card game, yes. Anyone who's new in here from the raid, my name is Bishi. I am currently playing some Ace Attorney. I'm actually playing Apollo Justice right now, and we're at a very interesting part. I'm in the last case of the first game in that trilogy, and we're actually in a little bit of a flashback right now, and we get to play as Phoenix again, which is really, really fun. It's playing all of the old music and showing all the old characters like Gumshoe that I haven't seen for this whole playthrough. Ever since the end of the first trilogy, so I'm having a lot of fun with it. But yeah, we play lots of stuff here. I'm also a really big fan of Yakuza, like Anna and Jazz are. I am also currently playing through Infinite Wealth. I'm a little bit ahead of them, I think. And yeah, love Yakuza, love Ace Attorney, love a lot of other stuff too, like Pokemon and Zelda and Resident Evil and a bunch of other games. But I'm streaming this and I'm streaming Infinite Wealth at the moment. Those are my two games right now. But yeah, welcome in. I hope y'all have a good time. We're just playing through this case right now, doing some voice acting and stuff. I hope that Anna or Jazz are able to pop in at some point, and I can ask them about their stream. But either way, welcome in. All right. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man. So I'm trying to figure out if I actually cross-examined everything here. I don't think I did. I think that was the last one I did. Bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene. Pistol definitely belonged to the old man. Let's press on that. Why are you so certain?
What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em?
Huh? What's that?
One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it.
Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear.
You know, that would explain a lot about the police force.
Troop Gregory stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since.
Okay. That's interesting. So the gun is like a trick gun? That might be relevant. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim?
Hey, not a bad summary, pal.
More of a confirmation. Oh wait, we already did this, didn't we? Yeah, that was more of a confirmation. Pleased with himself. Blah, 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 blah. Didn't have time to gather the details. Testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read the letter carefully. So now I gotta find the contradiction. Oh boy. It's definitely something in the letter, because even Phoenix is hinting at that. Victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what he was asked of him and shot the old man. Bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. Maybe this one? But he wants me to pay attention to the letter, which doesn't really... Okay. On the 13th, 11:05, you will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. cannot refuse. And we both know why. Don't tell me I'm stuck already. This still definitely belonged to the old man. I'm not seeing what I'm supposed to see in the letter. I don't even have the gun in the evidence, so I can't even see if it's been shot more than once. But if it's a trick gun, then it might not have even hit the actual target it was aiming for. Died 11 to 11:30. And then we have this, too. Only less than 10 swift minutes remain. All those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks farewell. I think the 10 minutes is probably going to be very important from this, but I don't know if it's time for that quite yet. Yeah, let's read this better. Malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Used for administering insulin shots, has been washed and shows no signs of use, and then we can actually look at it. Is there anything to comment on? I always hated getting shots. I guess Magnifi was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Shudder. Wait. If Magnifi used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. Oh, that is weird. Well, no sign of use, though. My idea just now was like, oh, maybe someone poisoned him. Because we keep getting that poisoning coming back. Maybe someone poisoned him and then cleaned this or something. But it says it wasn't used, so I don't know. But that is weird, because the reason they explained that it was exactly at 11:05, maybe the 11:05 is what's important, was that he was supposed to get the insulin, but maybe the syringe is the key here. Okay, hold on, let me look at this. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. The victim ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked and shot him in the forehead. A bullet was fired from the pistol at the scene. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man. So I don't doubt the pistol belonged to him. I do doubt this. Let me press on this again. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. I actually haven't seen this, so I guess I didn't press everything. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. This is very important that I missed. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty, and it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is in fact a fingerprint of its own. Yeah, right, sure. Aha! Intriguing point. Well made. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made, not intriguing, not funny, didn't laugh. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. There we go, we can't have the gun as evidence. I thought that was weird. Stage pistol added to court record. Fires one real bullet. Barrel marks match bullet found in victim. No fingerprints used. Okay. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. Okay, let me look at that. Is there anything I can comment on? Oh, yep. If you look closely, you can see how the pistol's made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model, and I guess this bend is where you load it. So, this is the famous Gramarye Golden Gun. They say kids used to love pretending they had one of these. I wonder if they pretended to miss their targets too? Yeah, the fact that it misses its target is very important, I think. Huh. I don't think there's anything else to look at, though. The bend is where you load it? I don't know what he was talking about with that. Okay. No fingerprints. So maybe I can react with the gun to something about how it was only shot once? Start from the beginning. Oh my goodness. PC Man! Oh! I swear, that's my favorite alert now. Thanks so much for resubscribing for 30 months. Delayed raid message. 30 months. My god. Let me get a star for you, PC Man. Here is your little origami star. Here you go. A little yellow star. I've trolled you for 30 plus months. It's been great. No, it's been wonderful. Here is your star. In the collection now. Forever. Yes. Beautiful. Elegant. Very polite. Such good manners. I'm a little bit stuck right now. The barrel hinges up and you place the bullet inside right at the bend. Oh. Oh, I see. So that's what this is for. Okay, hold on. Oh. So this whole thing goes up. And then this little, like... I don't even know how to... Container is hollow and you put the bullet in there. Okay. I'm trying to, like, get it right. Oh. There we go. Makes me wonder if I can do a sound effect command in a reset message. Honestly, I can't remember if it works. I don't remember. I think someone has tried that before for sure, but I can't remember the results. You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. I mean, that's the thing. If he prepared this gun for the guy to shoot him, this doesn't aim at the target, so how would he do that? I think I need to show the gun, but I still definitely belong to the old man. Oh, this one. I'm gonna respond to this one. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim. No. I don't think that's possible. It's a single bullet. Okay. Let's do that. Objection! Yes. The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and... Objection! Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. A murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Ah. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim, too. Yeah! That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Objection! Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. Ah, what's this?
It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, Hair Detective was just the warm-up act.
Ugh.
Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready.
Ready for what?
For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramery who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We'll pause for a 15-minute recess.
This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach.
Court is adjourned.
15 minutes, huh? That's very specific. To be continued again? I've gotten 2 to be continues in 1.5 hours of streaming. My goodness.
Save again.
Let's keep going. April 19, 11:21 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less.
We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually.
I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know.
I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened?
Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy.
Speaking of which, where is she?
You have seen the problem yourself. The letter.
The one shot in the forehead one, right?
Yes, and the reason he speaks of.
Could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not?
This is something I will not say, for now at least.
What's this for now business?
I have done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves.
We?
You wanted to know about the night of the incident?
Finally. This guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff.
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols.
2? 2?
Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent.
Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing.
My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment.
You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him?
Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first.
So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before.
To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grammary?
Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown! I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor.
What were those called again? Rifling marks.
Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case.
Okay. I'm gonna make some notes. So... let's see. Okay, first of all, there were 2 guns. One was Zach's, and the other was Valent, who I think is a bad guy. I think he's a bad person. We will see. Da, 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 da. And then we're thinking that Magnifi might have coerced the disciples. Okay. Zach says he shot the clown with his gun and took it with him. Okay. Yeah. And then we're gonna be wanting to look at the rifling marks on the clown bullet. Okay. Got it. I swear. I have to take these notes, or it's gonna be like 1 or 2 hours later and I'm gonna forget some of these little details. Okay. That's all I have to tell you. Concerning the case. You mean there's something else you can tell me?
You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright.
Thanks.
Yes, there is something. My mentor. His eyes opened.
What? Magnifi Grammary?
The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
Okay, hold on. Okay. What did you talk about?
Haha, Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
Zach Grammary. He seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn.
Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands.
Right. Let's get back in there. April 19, 11:37 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 7.
Court is now back in session.
During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head.
Well, this is news. And the rifling marks?
There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Of course, Valent is going to be a witness. Of course. I think Valent's the real killer, honestly. That's my instinct. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in, Arkham and Anna. Thank you so much for the raid, Anna. How was your stream? Yes, it is time for the Ace of Attorney. And I'm Phoenix right now! I was so excited. I was so excited when it did the flashback. It's playing the old music. We got Phoenix back again. We saw Gumshoe. Y'all just missed Gumshoe. We're gonna bring out a new witness right now. What are you having for dinner, Anna? What are you having? Might not be here for the whole stream, going on another trip this weekend. No worries, no worries. I appreciate you popping in. I hope you have fun on your trip. Have a fun weekend. All right. Yeah. The other half of Zack and Valent. Valent Grammary. So, we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. There he is. Before the beard. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation.
Valent Grammary, magician.
And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt.
Fate, the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks.
Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late?
If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes.
Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? Phoenix, you're a character! Shush! I got Pokemon cards, and yes, so hyped to watch you do this case. Yeah, I'm already seeing why everyone loves this case. Salad and garlic bread. Oh. Send me some garlic bread, Anna. It'll get moldy on the way, but it's a thought that counts. Enjoy your dinner. I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this.
That looks very familiar.
Wait, that's the same letter Zack Grammary received.
Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da!
Order, order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing.
Perhaps you should see it for yourself.
Press the task of lowering my life's curtain come on the 13th, 11:20 p.m. Interesting. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. So it's exactly the same except for the time. Okay.
It's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence.
Okay.
This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks?
Yeah, this is very weird. So he told Zach to get there at 11:05. Yeah, to my beloved student Valent. Letter telling Valent to come at 11:20 p.m. Okay.
What exactly was your troop Grammary up to?
By which you mean?
I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less.
Was he worried one wouldn't do the job?
It's just my opinion, Herr Judge. From these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand.
By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse.
Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Grammary, stands accused. Tell us why.
Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic.
Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as a suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time.
Ha 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 ha! As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up.
Let's get this party fired up! Hey, Catesy, welcome in. Howdy. How's your Thursday? How's your week going? We are in the last case of this game. Having a good time. It's a little flashback at the moment. I'm getting to play as Phoenix again. I'm very excited. The week has been okay. I hope the weekend is better than okay for you then. I hope it's better. Let's see. That night,
I visited the hospital room at the time Magnify requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions, yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown.
oh. So the rifling marks are what is going to determine this.
Then I informed the doctor and the police.
Or the other guy shot the clown and you shot him. This is very possible.
So you were the one who reported the crime.
Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion.
Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court, but if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Grammary, is guilty.
And if it wasn't Zach Grammary, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. Alright. Trying to get a video done, but it's taking so long, and barista job be busy. Otherwise, the week was great. Oh man. Oh, what kind of video are you doing? How's your week going? My week is going pretty well. We had a lot of fun playing Infinite Wealth earlier this week, and this is my last stream of the week. I'm not streaming tomorrow. Just gonna relax this weekend. That's my plan anyway. I just want to relax and play games. We've had a really busy couple of weeks this past month. I just want to kind of chill. Just want to chill. Just been doing a lot of like family stuff and meeting up with people, and I need to kind of like just relax a little bit. Hey Nico, welcome in. How you doing? How you doing, Nico? It's good to see you. It's a YouTube video. Trying to get stuff going and see what takes off or sticks. Business is for real all around, I see. Oh, nice. Well, I hope it goes well. I hope it goes great. I wish you luck with the algorithms. I wish you luck. They are a fickle thing sometimes. Let's see. That night I visited the hospital room at the time he requested. So let me think about this real quick because I feel like timing is going to be very important. So, the good guy, the guy who is on trial but we think is innocent, he said that he showed up at the requested time, right? So 11:05. Let's get a timeline going. It's funny because, like, the Apollo Justice cases so far, I haven't really had to have timelines of, like, what happens when. But I remember the Phoenix Wright games, I was always having to make a timeline because timing would be very important in a lot of those cases. Like, oh, it was technically 25 minutes from that time. That means he's the killer, you know? And I feel like that's happening again here. So 11:05 is when Zach walked in. Apparently they talked for 5 to 10 minutes. Let's say it's 10 minutes, so 11:15. Yeah. Zach... Whoops, that was me. Sorry. Zach shoots the clown doll and leaves, taking his gun. And then 11:20, so about like 5 minutes later, man, Valent walks in. Says he shot the clown doll, but probably actually shot the guy. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Oh, just watched the first 2 episodes of Fallout. I keep meaning to watch that. I keep meaning to watch it. People keep talking about it in chat. I'm like, damn it, I keep forgetting. I really want to see it. Is it good? You like it? It's great. Nice. Yeah, I really want to watch it. It might get me back into Fallout. Maybe it'll make me play New Vegas finally. I technically have New Vegas, but I never started it. I'm in between like 19 shows. Oh my god. I know that feeling. I feel like I've started and never finished like 100 shows. Highly recommend. Okay. Me and Ruuuvo need to watch that. Maybe this weekend. We're trying to stay in this weekend. I'm gonna write it down. Hold on. If I write it down, maybe I'll remember to watch the frickin' show. Okay. So 11:20, he walks in, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I visited the hospital room at the time, which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went at the designated time, and what did you see? The smell of gunpowder in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? That made him nervous. I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. What? Oh, really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. How about that? Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. Witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. 2 magicians walk into a hospital. Oh, Lord. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does. And my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zack couldn't? Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't all so strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. One in the victim, and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you?
No doubt my partner Zack has said much the same thing.
Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I'd better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, let's save before I even look at the options. Okay. Let me ask about the bullet in the pistol, the location of the pistol, the number of pistols. The number? How many pistols were there when you entered the room?
By which you mean what, precisely?
2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valent quick-draw shoot-'em, correct? 1 for each of you.
You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night.
What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. I found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. And he took it. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it?
Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom.
Is the number of pistols really so important? Probably not, because there's nothing he lied about. Actually, let me ask about something else. Very well. The witness may continue with the testimony.
What can I do but obey?
Okay. We're not going to read that yet. Let's figure this out first. Let's see. The bullet in the pistol? In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet?
I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. A magician is always prepared, you see.
Prepared for?
One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pocket and a white rabbit up each sleeve.
Clearly, we're dealing with professionals here. Is this bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important? That was very short. I don't know. Not important? No. Okay, I mean, look at the last one, I guess. And then if I can't figure it out, I'll just press the last dialogue and see if that kind of gives me a clue. Okay, the location. Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room?
Atop a small bedside table it was. As if to say, here I am, take me into your hand, pull my trigger, shoot him.
The victim clearly wanted to be shot. But why?
Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang? Yet we will never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess.
Is the location of the pistol all that important? I feel like the only thing that really gave us a lot of information was the first one, was about the number of guns. So maybe it is that one, just because there's more dialogue there compared to the other 2 are really short. I don't know. I would say this one is still not very important. The thing is, I don't see him lying about anything so far. Let me say not important. Let me write down some things again. So the options are, bullets, the location of the gun, and the number of guns. Okay. There were 2 bullets. Uh-huh. Is that significant? We don't even have the bullet in our inventory quite yet to even look at it, but... There were 2 bullets and the guns can only shoot once. Yes. But I guess I'm not seeing an issue because there's 2 guns and each one has 1 bullet and there's 2 shots fired? Let me just do this. Hold on. Inform the doctor and the police. So you informed the police. What did you do then? The guns can only shoot once. Isn't he insinuating that there was only 1 Valent? Maybe my brain isn't working today. I'm having trouble seeing where you're trying to take me right now. Oh! Like, I hear what you're saying. So, in my head, what happened was there's 2 guns, each with 1 bullet loaded. Zach walks in, picks up his gun, shoots the clown, and then takes that gun and leaves. So that's the bullet that we're waiting on the rifle marks to see. And then at 11:20, this guy, Valent, walks in. He picks up his gun. I'm thinking he actually uses it to shoot the guy, but then he's saying he shot the clown because he saw that the guy was already shot. But I don't know. When you ask about the gun, he says there was only ever 1. Oh, not acknowledging the other one. Really? I thought he acknowledged... Okay. I think. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking that the amount of guns is what's important, just from context clues, like the other 2 were really short. So I am probably gonna go back and choose the amount of guns anyway, and then maybe the dialogue he says for that will make something more obvious for me to to figure out what to do. Let's see. What did I say? You informed the police. What did you do after? What do you suppose I did? Used my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Now, please answer the question and skip the sarcasm. After I made my report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. We've confirmed this with the doctor. It all checks out. He praised Mr. Valent's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact. Okay. It is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept. Both of Magnify's students received the same letter. Both admit to having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed Magnify. Time to find the cracks in his testimony. Okay. So let's go back to the other dialogue again. Let's, get to the number of guns. Okay, so he says there were 2 bullet holes at the scene. One in the victim, one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you. No doubt Zach said the same thing. Because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. Okay. Let me ask about the number of pistols again. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? What do you mean? 2 pistols were used in the quick draw, correct? 1 for each of you. Well informed, but only one of the guns were in the hospital room. So, I don't see an issue with what he said because Zach says he took the gun with him when he left. So when this guy walks in, he would only see 1 gun. I had no intention of shooting him. I snuck into the room. I found there 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket, so he took it with him. No problem with the statement. Only one is on the table. So you picked up that pistol and fired it. I did. Alakazam, blah, 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 blah. Let's say it's important. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Alright. Only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. Okay, so it's the way he says it right here that's actually significant. Everything up to that point was fine, but the fact that he's saying there was only one gun at all, yeah, that is an issue. Okay. Let's press on that. So you took the only pistol there and fired it. That's correct. And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene? Good show. I see you, too, are a magician of sorts. And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, the barrel marks from this gun match the bullet found in the victim. So, he basically just admitted that he killed him. Yeah. I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So how about heating up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me. I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else? No. On second thought, let's run with this testimony for a while longer. Okay. Save? Like, I see where it's trying to go right now. Okay.
Objection!
Yeah. According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. Ooh. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead! Order! Order! Well, this is all rather sudden.
Objection!
What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
Objection!
But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? Yes. That was just this morning. I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant conversation right now. Discussion. Valent Gramery? Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
Sick burn, Judge. You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, Herr Wright, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Bring it! Very well. The witness will now testify. Help us determine who shot what. For crying out loud! It's my nap time! I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. Hmm. Okay. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me.
Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi
Is easy to explain in this situation, Hair Judge. For example, take our debut hit single 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same.
Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds? What a ripoff.
Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth.
Very well. Prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Carry on. Right. Okay. Carry on, my wayward son. Don't hospitals have cameras? Right? I mean, I don't know if they have cameras in the actual patient rooms, you know? So, 'cause it's like a privacy thing, I would think. So they probably would only be able to have a recording of, like, the guys going out of the room. Okay. I arrived in the hospital at the appointed time, 11:20. 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived?
Alas, such a feat may be beyond even the great Valiant, for there was no one in that room but Magnifi, and he was departed after a fashion. I have here Defendant Zach Gramarie's sworn deposition. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive. 10 minutes before I left the room. So he stayed for 10 minutes. Okay. So the guy is still alive at 11:15.
Time indicated by this letter to Zach was 11:05 p.m.
Exactly. Which means the witness could not have entered that room before 11:15.
Okay. So, Valiant would not have gone in the room yet by that time. Okay.
Because his partner was still in the middle of his crime.
I see someone did their arithmetic homework.
You see, the defendant himself has corroborated the witness's testimony.
Does that all make sense? I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful! I think so. Okay, what are we talking about here? Can you prove you got there at 11:20? Other guy is there at 11:05. Which was 10 minutes before he left, and he was still alive. So I guess he's saying he was still alive at 11:05. That means the witness could not have entered that room before 11:15 because he's saying when he got in the room, the guy was already dead. I have doubts about that, but I don't know. I could see how there could be a problem with that one. But we'll revisit it. Because I don't want to get penalty. Okay. Not a problem. I don't see any problem with that testimony.
If you say so, let's continue.
Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth.
After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation and then called in the doctor. You walk in on a murder, and the first thing you do is shoot the clown?
The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request, without reason, had caused for me a surfeit of sorrow. For what would I, Valent, be now without him? May the soul of Magnifi the Great find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Herr Attorney.
May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be. Gosh. So I can't even say anything to Dialogue 2, okay? Doctor examined the body before the police arrived. Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death?
Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head!"
It doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I probably would have screamed the same thing.
And I would have penned the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight.
Never happened a good old-fashioned investigation.
In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting.
Okay. So it might actually be that first dialogue. I do need to say something. He was quite clear about the time of death. 11:10 p.m. This is probably going to be important. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death.
Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction.
I see another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IV the victim was taking.
If you're mentioning that IV, I've got some questions. Okay. What are you about to say to me?
It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifi Gramarie's schedule.
Every night. Okay. Let's actually write this down. So 11. Of course, when they do a flashback to a Phoenix case, they have to make timing the most important part of it. God. Okay, so 11 is when he's supposed to take his insulin IV. I don't think he actually did it that night because the syringe is unused. Alright. Every night at 11, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes. 30 minutes, right. Takes 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hold on. Alright. And they're showing me the picture. I'm sorry. Oh, the needle's been removed. Yeah.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot.
That would seem to be the case.
When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips.
Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid.
Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began.
But that doesn't mean that he died when the IV was taken out. It just means his IV was taken out after 10 minutes. That's it. It doesn't say he died. They're just assuming that it fell out when he was shot. Okay, hold on. Jesus Christ. So, okay. 11 o'clock. Victim is supposed to take insulin, which takes 30 minutes total. 11:05, Zach walks in. 11:10, right? IV stopped So it was taken out. Interesting. Okay. There comes a time where the repeated dialogue takes the form of Animal Crossing noises. Yeah. There's no point in me reading it again, you know? Just... How can we be sure the doctor's good at math? Maybe he messed up. He may be able to save people's lives, but he can't do addition. I love not real hospital information. IVs don't stop when you take them out. They stop when you clamp them shut, otherwise it would just bleed out. But game logic. Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah. I know. Oh. Okay. The IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Okay, IV report added to court record. IV report, approximately 10 minutes had passed since the IV began. Okay. And so it was. When I, Valent, entered that room, 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, so he's saying the crime happened at 11:10. And then this guy comes in 10 minutes later at 11:20 at the designated time. Okay. I don't know if that's proof of that, though. The only thing that proves is that the IV stopped 10 minutes after it was given to him. Like, that's literally all it proves. I don't know. Well, Mr. Wright? Does that seem important? I would say so! I'm gonna say yes. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I would say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. Yeah. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. I don't think it does, but okay. Let's press on that. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed. Even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy a bust. Ah, what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed. And that IV, too. I say, I think 'twas huge specially for me, Valent! Isn't it green? What? What do you mean? That does seem to be the case, indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? I think there is actually a contradiction with that. It's not yellow. Wouldn't his lucky color be yellow? The IV is literally green. Or is it... Oh, well, I guess the fluid is yellow and the bag is blue, so it makes it look green? But from the outside, it appears green. Color theory! Oh no! There's a contradiction! It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us? This, right?
This might be completely wrong. Crime scene tells all, Your Honor.
Photo of the crime scene.
All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Herr Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure. And I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. This must be it, because this is a lot of dialogue for it to be wrong.
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony?
Valent Grammary. Let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes.
Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright?
Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
What's this?
Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy?
Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag.
Oh, okay, I was on the right track. Okay. What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alaka, no! The bunnies! The doves! The doves!
Order! Order! What does this mean?
I don't know. This is some kind of mistake.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness's mistake.
Oh my god, there's a little bug, and it keeps trying to get right in my face. I'm streaming, thank you very much. He's probably hiding all the doves in his cape. He's got a lot of clothing. It could be a lot of things hiding in there. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright.
Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance, the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Okay, see, I did think about that, though.
Yellow liquid? How can you say that?
As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? Bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook?
Looks like a, I want to say, light blue? Sky blue? Cerulean?
Precisely. Figured it out, yeah? Yeah, you gotta know arithmetic, and you gotta know color theory. No, that's what I'm thinking is, like, the important thing is probably, how does he know what color the liquid was inside of that bag? He must have seen the liquid coming out, which he would see if he removed the IV. You know? So, maybe that's what happened. Precisely. Figured it out, yeah? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag, and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it.
Okay.
Objection!
As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? No! No! Not the piss injection. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say that. No. No. The liquid in the IV is yellow. But how did this witness know? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Ugh. Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazoo OMG! The doves! Oh. Order! Order! Injected with pineapple Fanta. I like that better.
Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because it looked yellow. He'd seen it before. He knew the IV liquid's color. No, he'd seen it before, is I think what I'm trying to say here. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag.
Oh, I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means.
Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah?
Objection!
The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. Ah. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Wait, I know! An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right?
As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Let me get this straight here, right? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag. Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait, I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? Oh! He peed in the bag! Don't say these things! Stop it! Stop! I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth?
Oh boy! My time to shine! Valiant Grammary, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... probably this. Has been washed. Yeah, probably the needle. Nurse by day, magician by night. What is even this conversation? I don't know. Help. He turned lemon Gatorade into lemon lime Gatorade. All right, let's do the syringe. The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use.
Objection!
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
Objection!
And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Ah. Well, Valiant Gramarye, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakazam! How many doves does he got in there? My god. Okay, so we are saying Valiant added liquid to the IV bag, so the timing would be off, serving as his alibi. The bunnies look murderous. Oh, maybe the bunnies did it. They shot the gun. I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Court is adjourned. Oh. Oop. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you, in a way you never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. Oh god, here comes the diary. Oh boy. Also, insulin syringes hold less than 1 milliliter of liquid, so literally he couldn't easily put liquid in the IV bag, especially because the IV bags only hold, 1,000 milliliters. Okay, I'll stop. Hey, you're just telling us the facts, alright? Video game logic, but also, they need to do their research. With evidence. What's this? This is the victim. Magnifi Gramarye's diary. Diary? After going to the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse him? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? So, tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen. This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence. A memoir of sorts, written up to just before he died. Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gramarye. That would make sense, yes.
He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what he said before that.
This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Grammary intended to write again. That is, if Zach Grammary didn't pull the trigger.
Okay, but what about the ripped page, though?
I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant Zach Grammary.
I doubt it. Order! Order! Prosecutor Gaffin, are you certain that Magnifi Grammary wrote this?
There is no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it did,
then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Grammary. Well, how do you like me now, Hair Right? Still too green for your tastes?
Let's read this page.
Will make me wait a little longer. Only less than 10 minutes remain. To all those who have supported me, I give thanks. Farewell.
So that would... Now, here's the problem. Because of the earlier part of this case, we know that this page is probably the forged one. So this is probably not actually the truth. This is forged evidence, but we are going to use it as if it's real, because that's what happened in the past. So this is saying that 10 minutes are left. So that would line up with when Zach walked out of the room and was waiting, and the victim was waiting for the next one to pop in, Valent. So that's how this is going to be significant. All right. Even if we didn't have the page, there's an obvious rip in the book, right? Like, we don't need the page to know that there's something going on here. Yeah. We can do it. We can change history. Oh. We can save Phoenix from losing his license for 7 frickin' years. Poor guy. Okay, before we keep going, we are past halfway, so I'm gonna go take a quick break. Plus I need to turn the air on, because it is very hot in here. I should be back in about 5 minutes or so. When I return, we shall continue. We will play even more until we get to a good stopping point towards the end of the stream. And, yeah, we'll make some more progress when I return. Feel free to grab a snack or a drink if you need it. Have fun with the commands we have in chat. I will be right back. Alright, we're back. Catch up with chat, and then we'll keep going. Thank you. What a great welcome back. Magic 8 Ball. Will Phoenix be disbarred today? Magic 8 Ball says, in due time. So yes. Magic 8 Ball, can we change Phoenix's fate? Magic 8 Ball says, lol. They think it's funny. Oh my gosh. Glad I could contribute. Yes, thank you. A very valuable moment. Okay. So we were looking at this note. In the middle of Clavier trying to be all confident. Still too green for your tastes. He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he would overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, just his testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial is over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Don't do it! Don't do it, Phoenix! This is like that moment in, Interstellar. No! 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 Don't use the evidence! Don't do it, it's forged! Oh. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? I mean, honestly,
I feel like Phoenix should have questioned it a little bit more because he just got this random page from some child that apparently got it from some stranger. How can he trust this and use it in court? You know, but you have some evidence that overturns the diary? It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. Yeah, even that alone would have been fine. Watch this. I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Alec, I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifi Grammary. That's the defense's position.
Wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary.
He doesn't seem concerned. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifi's diary. Why, remarkable! Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammary left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Grammary. No. No!
The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is without a doubt the genuine article. Order! Order!
But wait! That's impossible! He probably burned it. That old man couldn't have written that.
Objection!
And the game freezes. Good night, everybody. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Herr Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Herr Judge.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin?
I thought stream froze for a second. I thought the game froze! Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only to put it on hold. Please. My new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway, so it might as well be sooner.
Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. Witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom.
I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped-out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Oh. Interesting.
Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room.
Very well. And you are the witness, I gather?
Ah.
Yes, sir.
State your name and occupation for the record.
My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se.
I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is?
Oh, yeah. I know it well.
How is that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it.
What? You made it?
Yes. You might call it one of my works.
The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramery.
And how would they know that?
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham, has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words.
Forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is
a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Poor Phoenix. Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence.
Objection!
Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright.
Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client?
And now he's gonna lie.
That, I don't know.
Now he's lying. He does know, and it was not Phoenix. What?
Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But, there's no proof this is a fake.
It's a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine.
This is a setup! They framed him! Phoenix was always saving people that were framed, and then he got frickin' framed.
Mr. Wright, you have just presented legal evidence to this court. Court.
Oh, God. It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh, old boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal, too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. You cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
I am sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. Man, I feel so bad for Nick. Oh, this trial was designed to frame Nick. I call BS, I know. It's just... Oh...
I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney?
Yes?
Can I ask your name?
Phoenix Wright.
Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you.
I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Maybe he felt bad.
Oh, I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over.
Man.
You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this.
Oh! Mr. Enigmar!
The defendant's escaped. Find him, quick!
Bailiff, close all exits from the building! Oh my god.
On the double! He must not be allowed to escape!
He ran! He used magic to run away. That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zack Gramarye, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day. So, it was not really... He didn't die. It's just that he's disappeared for so long, 7 years, that he's been declared dead. Interesting. This is the Gramarye miracle. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Man. Interesting. Hey Roxy, welcome in. The man who erased his name. Magically. With magic! Did that painter never wash his hair? Probably not. He's too busy painting. Constantly, day in and day out. Think back to the first case. That would require me remembering it. Oh. Self-care, dude. You can't paint 24/7. He's painting as he's doing self-care. So even in the shower, he's washing his hair, but he's also painting at the same time. So as soon as he washes the paint out, there's new paint going in. Yeah. That's what happened. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Gramarye vanished along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. To be continued. We can keep going right now. We have time. But I think that is the end of the flashback. Okay, so what has happened just now? Let's take some notes on that. So Phoenix used the forged page as evidence. There was a tip about it. On that note, I need to hit the sack. I've got a bunch of meetings tomorrow. No worries. I hope that you have some restful sleep, and hope you have a good day tomorrow, despite the meetings. And we'll see you around. We'll see you next time, PC Man. Good night. Sweet dreams. Okay, there was a tip about the forged evidence. Where was my train of thought? Let's find it. Let's find it. And then Gavin pointed it out. And brought out Misham as a witness. This little fly. Blah, blah, blah. Didn't meet the client, which was a lie. It's got Phoenix disbarred. And then Zack disappeared. So he would not be found guilty. This fly! Oh my god. It really likes me. It's trying to land on my face. God. Okay. Anyway, the Mason system. Interesting. Let's go. Gosh. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifi Gramarie's disciples pulled that trigger? Valent. Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Gramarye go? Hawaii. What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? I mean, that's the worst part about it, is this guy disappeared so he wouldn't be found guilty, but then his daughter is just left to fend for herself, so I guess Phoenix just decided to take her in. We need to get justice for the clown! Which disciple shot that clown? Past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. Yes. A game. I definitely wasn't playing that. One of those already. Daddy Phoenix! I, Daddy Wright, will be your guide through this game. He's breaking the 4th wall! That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended, half finished, when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. The necklace? Ah, my Magatama. That's right! What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use L and R to jump between the past and present. What? But let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Okay, this is interesting. Wow. Oh, that is really interesting. Oh, I like this. Yeah, Zack became a Sujimon in Hawaii and became part of Infinite Wealth. I wish jury duty was this cool and high-tech. It's Lord Daddy! Oh yeah, I forgot about Lord Daddy. Daddy Wright. If you told the me who was just getting into Ace Attorney that I'd be thirsty for Phoenix, right? I also would not believe that. You know, I'd be like, this guy? This kid? He's like, doesn't know anything about what he's doing. I don't like him. But Daddy Phoenix. Experienced Phoenix. Depressed Phoenix. Now that's got some flavor. Bold decision to have a tutorial this late in the game. I think it's pretty cool though. Okay, so we can go to all the different places in the past. Oh, interesting. What did he say? I guess we'll just go in order, right? Let's go from the top to the bottom. Detention center. That's really interesting. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago, detention center. Visitor's room. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Oh, he's in there. Excuse me? 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifi Grammary, for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valent or his partner Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. It could be that it seems like Valent did it, but he's actually a red herring and Zack did it. I could believe that happening, because if Zack is innocent, why did he run away like that and even leave his daughter behind? I don't know. I am not sure what to believe at this point. The Chad Lord Daddy Phoenix versus the loser Sugar Peasant Phoenix. Instead of like Sugar Daddy, Sugar Peasant. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, the clown did it, of course. Oh. Alright. End inquiry. Interesting. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it. Lori's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows, yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zack Grammary killed Magnifi. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage. The time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also... Yes? Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Valent Grammary has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zack Grammary followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? A trick up his sleeve? Ah! Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. Ah, the Magatama is back! Wow. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks on people's hearts, and if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. So... that Magatama. I don't know if we have everything we need, though. Let's see! Trick up his sleeve. Yeah. Oh gosh, I can't save. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. Ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world. That's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. I don't think we have anything yet. I guess the pistol. I really don't want to say anything until I save, though. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Yeah. I do think that's the case, but I could save and try again. I could say the pistol. If anything, I mean, that's a real bullet. That's dangerous. Okay. Now, if I get a penalty, I can load the save. Let's try that again. Okay. Ah, why, that's one of ours. Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Ooh. Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since these shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating. My Faustian forging fiend. Friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on, and this shows who it was. Okay, so I don't think I've gotten there yet. Because the only other person that we have any evidence about is this guy, but I doubt that that is what this is about. I think we need to go get more stuff. We need more stuff. I may not have enough evidence yet. Let's skedaddle. We will come back to that. Let me take note in case I don't finish that today. Magatama Valent at Detention Center. Okay. We could present stuff to him and see what he says. Mr. Valent, could you look at this for me, please? Yes, I accept your challenge. Well? Challenge? Huh? You want me to make it float, disappear, or shall I simply eat it? I didn't come here to play games, Mr. Valent, or watch you do tricks. No, I don't think he's gonna react to anything. Yeah, he's not even reacting to the forged page. No. Okay, let's just leave. Let's go. Let's go to the lobby. 7 years ago, District Court, Defendant, Lobby number 2. Make him eat the paper. I should've. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day.
Delicious evidence. So tasty.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack, there is one thing I wish to make clear today in this courtroom. You cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Alicapoof. Alicapoof. He disappears. I almost got the fly. I almost got it. Damn it. Do you ever try to get a little bug and you open your hand and it's still alive and flies away? That's what just happened to me. God damn it. It keeps landing like on my microphone, trying to get in my face. I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Okay. We must not escape. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. A flashback from like 10 minutes ago. Now that you got it once, it needs revenge. I really feel like it's purposely trying to get me now. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir!
Whoa! Down the hands! Floor on your head! Now, now, now!
What's the big idea? My ears! Oh, it's this guy! Oh, I don't remember what voice he had at all. No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here! But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Shoink! I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there is only now, sir. I actually legitimately hate that sound. Okay, you're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Oh yeah, Meekins. Court Bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. I hate it. It was me, sir! But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here! Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir! Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. The Kuze of Bugs, Pledge of Demon Place. How many times do we have to teach this bug a lesson? Why did they put him in charge? Maybe that was part of the setup. They got the incompetent bailiff. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope, then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gramarie's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! Yeah, that's what I'm saying every time they play that sound. That's enough of that. Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam! And some guy's face is right there in front of me, face! So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk cat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Aha! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. Okay. And which way did Zach Gramarye run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up, like this, and around the corner, like that. I mean, that's the only way to go. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run to the defendant lobby. To lobby number 2. Okay. Meekins. Kind of like summarizing what he's saying. He saw Zach leave the courtroom and run into lobby number 2. Okay. Swiftly, I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right here, because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it.
Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke! He was just gone!
That's impossible.
Yes, that word! Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain.
A sound making you feel indescribable pain. Why does that sound familiar?
I'm dying! I'm dying over here!
I'm just gonna yell over the sound and hope that helps. Okay, I won't say it again, promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby?
I searched.
Why the pause?
There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir.
How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zach was in this room when he vanished.
Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room!
Silk hat, cape. That's Zach, all right.
But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir.
What about now? Have any ideas?
Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? He was, hanging onto the ceiling like a spider. Oh. Just two. Cyclops. I should have known. Ooh. Do I have what I need for that? I don't know. I can look around the room. Maybe we should do that? I mean, there's really not much here, but I guess we should kind of examine stuff, huh? I don't think he has any ideas at all anytime. Head empty, only pain. I guess this door was officially a prop in Zach Gramarie's last show. He passed through that lobby door and vanished, but to where? He choreographed that entire fateful trial according to his grand scenario. I hate magicians. You know, I think this was the lobby I used for my very first case. This plant has seen me grow from a rookie to an ace to a has-been. I hate you, plant. Just kidding. Don't blame the plant. I must have seen that painting 1,000 times, but I never really looked at it until now. I guess my head was too stuck in the trials. I never had time to stop and appreciate art. I have time now. Okay, let's appreciate. Actually, it's pretty lame. I actually took a nap on that couch once when I was still practicing law. Boy, was that a mistake. I never even sit on the lobby sofas now. I never let my clients sit on them either. It's bad luck. Yup, I remember that. That was wild. Got hit over the head with a frickin' fire extinguisher, right? He was just trying to take a nap! Who does that? Let me leave for a second. Okay, so this lobby is the room that he disappeared in. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was right. So let's do the Magatama and see what I can do. I don't know if I'm ready quite yet. Look around and check for fire extinguishers. He only has 2. Okay, Mr. Meekins, what do you know? Spit it out. Hey! What's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? What's with these chains and locks? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zach Gramarie vanished from this room. How did he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir? Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen, it was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? Little girl? What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. Right into my eardrums, thank you. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day. Yeah. This is just logic.
Take that!
Sir. What did he say? Cirgle! I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir! There's one. I know, it sounds like a chicken. Sir, that day, she was here, in the room, sir. But he wasn't. You mean you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramarye. But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? It's probably gonna be Mr. Hat, but I don't have evidence for that. So I think we still can't do this. But I know what to do later. Okay. All right. Let's keep looking around. At least we get a break from the horrible noise he makes. I bet that Trucy is here. "7 years ago, Wright & Co. Law Offices."
Oh, morning, Daddy.
Ah, so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
Ha 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 ha! I am fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show is today, after all.
Okay. 2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. There she is. Oh. Poor baby Trucy. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I, did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. 7 years later. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. So weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney?
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay, say Daddy.
That was quick. Yes?
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So, thanks, Daddy.
Ah.
Oh, in this office, it's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know?
Oh.
Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me, and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
So he's the one that suggested the name, and then she just immediately was like, okay! Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Okay. Let's talk to her. Daddy! Her first show was helping her dad escape. Maybe. Maybe. This poor child. The office.
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me. For Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know how much. I don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean like a talent agency? Not Phoenix taking advice from an 8-year-old. Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You've got me, don't you? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Gramarye.
Directly descended? He's your father.
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too.
I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, Zach Gramarye?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Gramarye, and they're big.
Gramaryes. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zach and Valiant Gramarye together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right there on stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess. There was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top?
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
Ah, I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? Yeah, where's Mommy? Where's Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic, and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are gonna be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zach and Valiant smiling. But then she went away.
Oh, I'm getting some ideas. Went away.
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then, a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here.
Aw. Come on. This is your mother? She's beautiful.
Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Gramarye.
Thalassa. Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes.
Hey, Daddy, you won't...
Don't worry. I won't vanish. I promise.
Right. You can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. Trucy's locket added. Contains a photo of Trucy's mother, Thalassa. So that is probably going to be the person that was sacrificed on stage. That he said that word, sacrifice, but like she was probably killed on accident, and that's probably the blackmail. I think that's where I'm getting. Okay. So that guy had, I think, 4 locks. So the pistol is first, and then the mom is next. Now there's 2 more pieces of evidence I'll need, but I don't know what he wants after that. Professional. So Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes. It's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs.
They say that?
I always thought it was funny, though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right. So, in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, want to see a trick?
You're gonna do a magic trick?
Yes.
Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da!
Yep. Mr. Hat.
Hey, folks. It's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen.
Yeah!
Whoa! That was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service.
He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? Huh? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Oh, my routines do get a bit heady at times, huh? Get it? Heady?
My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. I love how she hops so Mr. Hat can catch her hat. So cute. Trucy's favorite trick, startlingly realistic. So this is what we needed for Meekins. I thought so. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
And you. That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, okay. I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-o.
The team. Right. Oh. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my life. Oh! We love a story about an adopted daughter and a doting father. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, let's go back here. We have everything we need. I teared up just now. Oh my god. That was very sweet. Okay. Let's do this. I'm gonna show Trucy, and then I'm gonna show, Mr. Hat. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, dear God. I forgot he does that. Okay. Trucy. And then we've seen all of this. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. There we are. Does this trick look familiar? What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists! Okay. I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Jack Gramarye exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Jack Gramarye, don't even think you can escape Meekins! Down your heads! Flew in your head! Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
No. That is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Jack Gramarye, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Gramarye. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room.
But no one's been in here except me.
But he has to be in here somewhere.
under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug.
So, Trucy was his accomplice.
Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him.
Mr. Hat.
I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream.
A dream that lasted a week?
But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Sniffle, sniffle.
Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zack. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. The little hat! The big hat and the little hat! Oh.
Yume!
Not Yume again! Along with Mr. Hat.
Ah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
So, while you are standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner. And most likely runs the closest door into lobby number 1. Okay. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. The old switcheroo. Oldest trick in the book.
Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape. Zack Gramarie's red cape fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted.
That was a tongue twister.
It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. Or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait.
Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you had suffered on account of this case.
It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once, but this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me!
Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now.
Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor.
Okay.
I let the defendant escape. That's the stone-cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Guamshoe!
Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want.
It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir, but no one's ever given me anything for free! Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir.
I look forward to it. Alright, that's it for him. I really like this part of the game, I have to say. This is very interesting. All eyes were on Zack Gramarye that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now, part of the mystery's been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Okay. We're done with Meekins, thank God. Oh! I'm not doing nothing. Did I do that? Oh no, I didn't do that. The Bowl Club! So now we have something unlocked here, huh? I don't know if I did that just now. Did I do that just now? Did I press the button and I didn't know about it? I don't know. Let's do everything here first. Drew Studio. "7 years ago, Drew Studio. I figured you would come here sooner or later." His hair. I decided on sooner. Drew Misham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right? Maybe he paints with his hair. It does kind of look like a paintbrush. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations.
Phoenix right, was it? I'll answer what I can.
I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Oh, another baby!
Ah, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello.
I can't believe she was forging stuff when she was a little kid. She's gone.
Shall we begin then?
Judging from this place, you're a painter.
Not sadly a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. Source of considerable embarrassment.
I mean, the house looks different, doesn't it? I don't think it looks as nice as it used to. Or as it does in the future. Yeah, baby Vera.
I would be able to get by were it only me.
Your daughter?
Her mother grew wary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation.
Forgeries.
Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen, and who knows what my copies are used for.
But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? Yeah, they got that forgery money in the future, that's true.
You may not believe me when I tell you this. That was my first work outside of painting.
Yeah, that was the first forgery. What?
To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility.
And why did you take the job?
I was well paid. Very well paid.
100,000. I think he feels worse about it than I do. Past is hard to escape.
Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. Apologies to you, of course.
Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Oh. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. But that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me.
I knew it would be difficult to escape this.
Then let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did?
It was unlike anything I had attempted before.
I guess it would be a little different from paintings.
That is not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy.
This wasn't a copy. I figured it wasn't. I figured it was tampered. Changed somehow.
The client gave me two things that day. First was a sample page as reference. Second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client.
So you use the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote?
Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature.
So, who is your client?
As I said in court, I do not know.
Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I would want to know as much as I could about this requester.
I never met them. Not personally.
Two locks, okay. A psych lock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Okay, I might not have what I need, so let me see. This is where Red from Animal Crossing gets his stuff. That's their only painting client. He takes them all. Let's try it. You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham?
Sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client.
True. When I asked the client's name, there were no Cyclops in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense.
Why are you doing this to me?
Well, I've made my stand. No backing down now. So, what's Misham hiding? Oh, well, the forger. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said.
What is it then?
You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any Cyclops.
Cyclocks? That's some sort of asylum security or new hairstyle, perhaps?
But then they did show up, didn't they? He doesn't know what you're talking about, Phoenix. He doesn't know. Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I would want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Not personally. Those words triggered the Cyclops. Again with the Psycholocks. Now I really must know what they are. So, you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business. But I'm afraid you've lost me. Okay. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Cyclocks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is? The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock! I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew Studio is, yeah, this is something that we already know.
Take that!
The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? So Phoenix has known this for 7 years. Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback. You're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only 2 people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The Cyclocks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. Ahem. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself. He has no idea what we're talking about. He keeps bringing them up. Gosh. Okay. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio, and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Ah, do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Did she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to this studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered, and they did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter? I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. Then that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so, actually. With only one exception. Which was? Oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. All right. Huh. Oh, there's still light in her eyes at this age. In the future, all the light in her eyes are gone. Just dead eyes. Oh my god. Uh-oh. This could be tough. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say do, re, mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Vera, was it? Oh, so it's the same thing. Okay. What can I show her? I might not have it yet. How about this picture of a dead guy? Oh, Lord. I could show her the page she forged. I feel like that's the only thing that has a connection here. What do you think about this? I think I just made her nervous. I need something to grab her attention. But what? Maybe something to do with painting? I tried the photo anyway. A gun! Tell me your secrets, little girl! Oh, Lord. I don't think I have what I need. Okay, let's get out of here. God. Alright, so, let's see. We already finished up with Meekins, so I can delete that. So we need to present something to Vera to get her attention. Okay. Get out of here. So, I don't think I have everything for this guy. I can go back and see what he says. Because I have what I need for the first 2 locks, but I don't know what he wants for the rest. But we also have a new thing to do in the future. So let's go there. Wait, save. Let's go to the Borscht Bowl Club. The future! Exactly. Present day, Borscht Bowl Club. Oh. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. And I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. Dun, 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 dun. I like the song. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Oh. I see. Well, shit. Well, he's definitely dead now, isn't he? Oh my god. Well, now I know. Who I am? No. But if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. I know, it looks like Kiryu, doesn't it? I commented on that in the first case, yes. This guy is from the first case. His outfit looks like Kiryu. I guess I didn't realize at the time that it's actually Zack, so he does die. He does die here. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I have heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. This is a friend of yours? Oh, this guy? Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. Ta-da! He's dead! Hold on. I must have a sound effect somewhere. What do I got? What do I got? He's dead! Oh, what else do I have? Anything else? He's dead! Oh, yeah. I got another one. He's dead! He's dead? He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Wait a second. He's dead? Oh my god. I have to do this one again. Do y'all hear the sweet reverb on that? I put reverb on it. It's so good. You can't even boo me. You can't even boo me with that cooldown. Oh, I love this soundboard. There's reverb on that, too. What else do I have? Do I have anything else that would be good for right now? Oh no, he's dead! Oh no, he's dead! Oh, I think that's probably it. He's dead. That's so loud. Hold on. Some of these are way too loud. Bump that down a little bit. Just a tad. Okay. Anyway, enough of that. Enough fun! Oh, you want to hear that one? Okay, hold on. He's dead. He died right there on the floor just now. That was the sound of him dying. Only downside of infinite wealth is the lack of sound effects. I miss them. I mean, I can do them. I hold the power to do them. But the time has to be right. Alright. Let's get back to this. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. And I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy has never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No. It's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. Before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, and I'm Brushel. Spark Brushel. News reporter. Oh, I'm... No. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am? I know, he's like, don't you recognize me from 7 years ago? Have we met? Ah. Yup. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this Alec Kapoof. Mr. Enigmar! The defendants escape! Oh no! Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building! On the double, he must not be allowed to escape! The killer is escaping! You can't be. But you're... Zach Gramery? Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of 1. You. Zach Gramery. This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there! We will play soon. Ready the room.
I will be preparing the hideout for you.
Are you really him? The Zach Gramery? Now I am Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean? She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That, and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? His eyes. He's serious. I despise losing above all else. So, I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type. They're dangerous. You know, I really do wonder if this is actually a reference to Kiryu, because, like, I mean, anybody can wear red and gray, but it's particularly, like, it's a gray suit with a red shirt, and the red shirt has the popped collar, too, which is exactly what Kiryu wears. I don't know, it could just be a huge coincidence. I don't know. But it's pretty exact, I have to say. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. When did both of the games come out, I wonder? I mean, if it's Apollo Justice, I feel like Yakuza was already out at that time, because the first Yakuza came out on, like, what, the PS1 or the PS2? And I'm pretty sure Apollo Justice came out well after that. I think so. We could double check, but I really feel like it was out already. Everything was about the competition. All else is secondary. Yeah, Apollo is 2008 and Yakuza is 2005. So pretty close, actually. It's possible it wasn't inspired by it just because of how long it takes to produce a game. They might have already been working on it. But I don't know. By Apollo's release, I think Yakuza 3 was out. Oh, wow. It's possible, then. I would say so. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me, and I, you. Oh, man. This is sad. We know he's gonna die. The meaning of competition. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2. 1. Showdown time. Yeah, it's interesting they actually met playing poker. So Phoenix was already playing it. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? Man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Drusi's power. Drusi, she is in a class of her own. 7 years I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Drusi. And she sends me signals.
Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
So they were cheating. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. Right, so she wasn't actually looking at their hands, but she has that perception ability. Those of Drusi's line possess a far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifi Gramarye. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gramarye blood or something? Blood. Ooh! Maybe they're not related. I am sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders. And it is nothing you need to know at this time. It's some kind of Gramarye secret, then. Fine. She's 15 this year? She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day, because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see the signature? Transferal. That's Magnifi Gramarye's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below, Zach Gramarye. And the recipient's name is you. Yes, it is I. Wait, This page looks torn. Hmm? You recall the diary, yes? Oh, wow. So... the last page of the diary was Magnifi giving the rights to his secrets. Rights of his secrets to Zack. Then we're also learning here that Zack was the victim in the first case. Play poker with Phoenix. Is there anything else I need to write down that's important here? He also has a Magatama. Let's see. Just because we're getting near the end of stream, so I want to make sure I have really good notes for next time. Oh. You're playing poker and there's this 10-year-old intensely staring at you. Yeah. They didn't question that at all. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Wait, let me see that. Whenever there's flashbacks now, especially if the flashback is from the same stream, I'm just gonna give it like 10% energy and not really voice it. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. Apollo Justice Infinite Flashbacks. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifi gave it to me that night. Could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. Greatest of Magnifi Gramarye's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Daughter. That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Rushel. Sir! Ah, here you go. The letter! What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides. Ah, I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary. You are? By day, I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. Okay. This is very important stuff happening here. So the pink letter is Zack signing off the rights to Magnifi's tricks to Trucy. Okay. Transfer of rights added to the court record. Document transferring the right to perform the Gramarye repertoire to daughter Trucy. Ah. Finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So, if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day, not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I am here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. You might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case, I don't think they're legally related. Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifi Gramarye. However, this was done in secret. Oh, yeah. This was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnify died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Gramarye, and Valent. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now, only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother. Oh, how did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots? I know! Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnify Gramarye's only daughter, end quote. Oh. What? Magnify's daughter. Is that true, Mr. Zack? Brushel, you say too much. What? Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack decked him. Oh! He punched him? In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. The last said Gramarye. She's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather me some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition? Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to Magnify. I do not care to lose to another. I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. I think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up? That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy is beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Brushel, you may leave. Ah, but it's your last game! I mean, what a scoop! I punch, and I punch, but still it is not enough. He just keeps punching him. I just remembered a future, prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Sing us a song, Phoenix Wright, you're the Piano Man. Sing us a song tonight. What was I about to write down? Oh. Trucy's mommy is Magnify's daughter. Okay. The romaine lettuce was the most egregious one. Now he's soon gonna be literally deceased. Yep, he's gonna die soon. This guy, Zach, got rid of his stage name, is now going by a name that sounds exactly the same. You could say he's the man who erased his date. Oh. Then let us begin. Dealer?
Huh?
You'll be witness to our competition.
Ah, it is honor for me.
Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Oh, he did. Oh, he did! Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion? Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. Man. Wait, doesn't he have secrets for me to unlock, though? I need to do the Magatama on him. The Gramarye power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I would need to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zack Gramery knew. How? Why? Maybe I can come back to him later? It doesn't say I'm done, because I'm not. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a peek at what we just did here. Okay, so for next time, let me get some notes here. So, Thalassa is the key to understanding more. We need to talk to reporter again. Okay, and then how does Zack know Evil Gavin? Can't remember his name. He's Evil Gavin now. Man, things are really falling into place now. So I just have a terrible memory and I can't remember what was really uncovered in the first case. Like, obviously, I recognize him and I know that he dies. And I know that we find Evil Gavin... Kristoff, thank you. We find Kristoff guilty of killing him. But it's been so long since we did that first case, I don't remember if it was... I don't think it was revealed that this was actually Zack, right? I think that's revealed just here, just now. The guy from Frozen. That still won't help me. Because I don't remember the Frozen characters' names either. It was not revealed. Okay, I didn't think so, because otherwise this isn't like a surprise. Alright. But Kristoff is nice. Yeah, Kristoff in Frozen is nice. Kristoff in Ace Attorney is evil. The devil incarnate. But anyway, speaking of devils... Just kidding. There's no segue from that. I'm gonna go. It's been over 4 hours. I think we got a lot done today. I'm really loving this part of the game, by the way. I think it's super interesting. You can go between the past and the present. Very, very fun. I'm excited to do more of this next time, but that won't be until next week. I should be playing more Apollo Justice next Thursday. And I will be back to streaming on Tuesday next week. I usually stream every Tuesday to Friday. I'm streaming Tuesdays to Thursdays for now, just for a little bit. So expect that for the schedule next week as well. But yeah, I'll be back next Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. Central Time with some more Infinite Wealth, and more Infinite Wealth on Wednesday, and more of this on Thursday. Good stream. We time leaping. Yeah, the time leaping is really fun. I really, really like it. It makes it way more interesting, I feel like. But this is an amazing trial. I love it. Yeah, I was wondering when it was going to get really good, because I know people were saying this one was their favorite, and I see why now. I completely understand. But yeah, anyway, I hope you'll have a great Friday tomorrow and a great rest of your weekends. I'll be, of course, around in the Discord. If you want to join it, there's the link there. And there's the social media there. The social media? There's my social media. I'm most active on Twitter and YouTube. This VOD will be up in a week or two on YouTube. Let's see if there's someone I can raid. It is really late, though. But yeah, that's it for me. Thank y'all so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, like I said. And I'll be back next Tuesday. Either way, I hope y'all have a great time. And I'll see y'all next time. Bye!